Alright then, here we go. Hello everybody, welcome back. Oh, hold on one second. Facing technical difficulties. Alright, there we go, that should be better. Welcome back to my next part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, one of my favorite games. We are here today to go on with the next case. Let me get the game up here and we will get started. Alright, now that we're here, we're going to start the adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. I gotta say, this is one of my favorite cases. I'm excited and also pretty sad. But let's get into it. Enough. Cameron, stop yammering on. Go. And there it is.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath. In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern's shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The Speckled Band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which she referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Good commentary. I like that. Oh, we're on a steamship. Oh.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
Shh. That won't be necessary. You see,
Well,
in
dang,
less
he
than
shut you
5
down.
seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. An cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper-thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Oh, I've heard of you, all right. Guys, I don't think you understand how much I love Sherlock Sholmes. That man is a frickin' godsend. But anyways, I'll fangirl about him later. So let's get this started. Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. You can feel trouble in the air? You know, I'm not gonna question. Not even gonna question. What's up? Wait. I can't move. What the? Oh, we got handcuffs on. Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, Oh, hello. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are a true cold-blooded man. Nice to meet you too, good sir. You found me then. We found you. And now you pay, criminal. Sorry, I don't know how to do a Russian accent, so I apologize. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Oop, who's talking to us? Isn't that... Susato, hi! Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Oh, well, somebody else got murdered. Oh, this is gonna be great. Miss Susato! Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Who are you talking about, sweetheart? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Oh, no. Oh, well. Well. This is bad. Ha! You pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer! Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin, that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. And these handcuffs? Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! Lady, you really think that I'm going to go out of my way to murder my best friend? Oh, you woman. How dare you? How dare you? Kazuma was the homie. I can't just kill him. No. No! Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die! Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Okay, so Ryunosuke is a stowaway now. This man tried to hide away in Kazuma's trunk with Kazuma's permission, and he was going to go to England with him. So sad that that was a very short-lived experience. You must be even less of a man than you look. Ow! Ouch! Feelings? Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. I hope not. I get the feeling that those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. And considering that one guy wanted to throw us in the ocean, I would say that he's kinda right. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikoltaba, you mean? From your close friend. More to the point, sorry. Surely, we could confine in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. That's your first warning. Even if she was guilty by association, tell the girl. This would have all been avoided if you just told her, hey, I have a stowaway in my bag. Good lord. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyways, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'd be in for it. Stop worrying. I tell you what, why don't you write keep out or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I could stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know, Kazuma, I don't know about this. We've only been at sea for about 15 days. Only 15? Jeez. And it takes 50 days to get there, so you've been in there, you had like another 35 days to go, my guy. How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England together. Exactly, you were supposed to be going together, but now that is no more. Sad face, sad face. F in the chat for Kazuma. Just F in the chat. Just F in the chat. We leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer! No, I'm not a murderer! Da, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right! I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Ew, jeez, even Susato doesn't want to talk to us. We're double screwed now. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there's something I would like to ask of you, too. Ugh, those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. Yeah, honestly, that's the look of death. That's the look of, you know what you did, and you're screwed because of it. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. So, let's ask her about Kazuma's death. What happened? He really has been killed, isn't he? This isn't just a bad dream? And these handcuffs, they think I did it? They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? What do you think she means? It's been locked from the inside! There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped these four walls. Oh, What? Or to put it another way, the culprit could have only been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? Susato, come on, honey. You helped me out in the last trial. Why are you saying that I'm suspicious? I didn't do anything. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are you still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Please, Susato-san, you have to tell me. The cause of death is still undetermined. Oh, so we don't know how he died. That's a bad thing. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, but of course, he has no postmortem analysis experience. Tongue twister time! I don't suppose we should learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So presumably that means there were no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Alright, let's talk about the incident now. Can anyone tell me what what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Please. Whatever you say, you were here in this cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but... He would always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Susato-san arrived at his cabin door, I wonder? Yeah, that's what it's trying to say, my bud. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. The crewman forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside... Oh, no. There was Kazuma-sama collapsed on the floor. Ah. It makes me sad just to look at this, because it's heart-wrenching. It's terrible. Good God. Someone help us. And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. Yep, that's where he was. I had no idea anything had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me too, trust me. This is hard for me to believe, especially because, as we know from the last episode, I am a Kazuma lover. So, whoever did this must pay the price. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Stowaway and last night. Let's talk about the stowaway. Why are you even aboard the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin for the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-sama's cabin for so long without him noticing? No. That would have been impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Come on, Susato, use that big brain of yours. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you? But why? Maybe because I'm his best friend? Shoot, I know if I was about to go on a voyage to, like, Japan or somewhere, I'm bringing my best friend along with me. Get in my suitcase and let's go. I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? You'll be missed. Okay. It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I, that you ought to become a lawyer yourself? Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think that you were serious. You have a talent for it, I can assure you of that. But I've never really thought about becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead, where I can't speak English, I haven't had my coffee this morning, so sorry. Spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can't there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then... Then what? Nothing. Forget it. Nani? Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing. That he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought that he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes then. It was darker than I've ever seen before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it a secret from you. My stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expect he was trying to protect me to avoid me becoming guilty by association. Yep, you do know him that well. That's exactly right. Yes. Word perfect, in fact. Hey, let's talk about last night. What's been going on? If you're not the culprit, then tell me. What happened last night here in this cabin? Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. And then I got myself into that wardrobe over there, just like I always did. Okay, so you ate food and got in the wardrobe. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes, I went to bed. So deeply that you didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes, I'm sorry. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth. If only I had woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament. And for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me. I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. I understand why she's kind of hesitating, because she is kind of right. Aside from us being in this cabin, if the door was bolted from the inside out... Yikes. Kazuma, I don't understand. Why? Why did it have to happen? Ugh! I can't take this! Don't try to go anywhere! You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. I can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry. But Cosmo was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around, my hands tied, while whoever did this walks free? No, I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Cosmo's life and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hi-ya! Oh! What the? Lady, what did you just do to me? That was a Susato takedown. A Susato what? Okay. She seems to have, thrown me upside down. So, maybe I should try... Should I sit upside down for this? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry? Prove it? Yes, your innocence. I need evidence. Let's see what I got here. I got a piece of paper. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Well, she does have me there. I did successfully defend myself, so I should be able to get out of this, right? Ah, I see. Yep. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Susato-san to believe me. I'll show her some evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Well, I think the only thing I can give her right now is this piece of paper, because if it was already found on the dresser when I was in there, how was I able to put it back on?
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember clearly. I thought so. Cosmo always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decided to look inside. So naturally, he did the same last night as well. Ah! Yep, so Cosmo was still alive when I was in the wardrobe, or when Ryunosuke was in there. Yes, of course! The gentleman who discovered you peeled off that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the outside of the doors on my own. Yes, that is quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. So what do you have to say about that, Susato? Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Susato-san. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Yeah, I'm kind of getting sick of looking at you upside down. My apologies, lady. Ah, there we go, right side up. Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here, at least. Thank you. So, you finally believe me? I'm sorry. No. Girl, I swear. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you use some sort of conjuring trick to put the sign back in position. What does she think I am, a magician? For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I'll do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Susato-san. Please, don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh. Yep, don't get your hopes up, son. I shall be watching you to make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you using your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating in here. Examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear, I will avenge your death. Heck, yes, we will. So, now we have the opportunity to either talk to her, move, present, or examine, which we are going to do. We're going to examine around. We can see that there's one of the guys over here. There's a bone on the floor. That's a bone. That's my dinner from last night, a roast chicken. It was really tasty. Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But, did you eat on the floor here? I'm not a dog, Susato-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. Yep, that's a pretty good question to ask. How'd that plate get down there? But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? What? Kazuma doesn't like chicken? You monster of a man! Who doesn't like chicken? I give up. I just give up. You know what? We're not even gonna question. We're just gonna move on like normal. Just forget that I'm even talking. No, that's right. So we didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no! Does that mean poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Oh, well, true. True. I mean, that's probably what it kind of means. He didn't eat any food. Now I suddenly have a guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Susato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused, I forget to look around properly. Ah yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruhodo-san? I'm sure you're careful to look around using the D-pad or the... Well, yeah, the D-pad in the sense you can't use the joystick for that. Aren't you? Now, let's investigate all corners of this cabin. Yes, let's do that. Yep, so we can look around now. Look over here, look over there. I want to look at this pink thing because I saw this earlier. What's this? What do you think this is? It looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing was, it appears to have broken clean in two. The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little netsuke. Or netsuke? Yeah, I'm probably reading it right. Possibly. I don't know. Fastener from a kimono outfit. I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him, would he? I mean, Kazuma probably has some cute things. And the mark beside it. What is it, I wonder? It has sort of a brick-like hue. Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything in the same color anywhere else in this cabin. We can't examine the ink. What about the Russian text right here? I can't read that. Did Kazuma write like that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from his desk when he collapsed on the floor. And I suppose he wrote this message by dipping his finger in the spillage. Poor Kazuma-sama. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine it. Susato, please stop talking about how much pain he would be in, because now you're making me feel sad. I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, was he? So, what I'm getting here is that Kazuma is bilingual? Or, well, no, he also knows English, so maybe he knows multiple languages, okay? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruhodo-san. What? Then, what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? There's the case that we stated. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside this case. Ah yes, I see it says, "This way up" in Japanese. Which in hindsight, I should have realized the foreign crewmen wouldn't be able to read it. I was turned over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. That sounds painful. Oh dear, being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Oh, if you want a romantic stowaway time, that's what you go to fairy tales for. Because sadly, that doesn't sound romantic in the slightest. It's just, oh, my love, I will do whatever it takes to get to you. Tries to mail themselves to you. Good lord, I'm getting turned over and over. Well, it was less painful than a Susato takedown. I got that, I got that. Kazuma's sword is on the floor. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. So we have Kazuma's soul. I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on this trip. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. I know, it's sad. Sadness. Okay. What about the books? Everything's turned over. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled in the exact same way. And what's this? A statue of some god of the sea? Although he's fallen over as well. I don't think that's supposed to be... Okay, you know what? We're not even gonna question. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf had been ransacked and everything mowed down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-sama's doing his morning sword training, you think? I seriously doubt that. I would love to see Kazuma just do his morning sword training, because God knows what he'd be knocking down. Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. I love that. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Maybe so, maybe so. Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like seeing a mess. Tidy! Good job, Susato. How about over here? Let's look over here. There's good stuff. There's the wardrobe! What do you have to say about the old wardrobe? It's some 2 weeks since we set sail for Japan. Or from Japan. Have you really been living inside that wardrobe the entire time, Naruhodo-san? I think living isn't quite the right description for this. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting, making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. No, sadly not. I know I should feel guilty, Susato. I'm sorry! Jeez. What about this? What's this? This is... Yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Huh. How useful? Question mark? Really? That sounds almost magical. The magical bell. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose no one comes for lowly Japanese people. That's kind of sad. Okay. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone is busy. That's all. I'm sorry. Ooh, there's a vent. There's a vent! I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. A hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, if that's what it is, looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air to come into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That is true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that. I suppose. Maybe that's it. But also, maybe that's an area for somebody to get in here, you know? What about the desk? This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma. He didn't even make it to his destination. Way to make it even more sad, game! Ugh. It looks as though the last entry is incomplete. Which means... what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Hiya! Girl, can you please stop throwing me? That is out of the question! What? Why? Kazuma-sama may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. Honey, do you want to find out what happened to him or not? Because with the way that you're acting, I'm pretty sure you don't really want to know. Or maybe, Susato, maybe you're the murderer. You ever thought about that? You might be our killer. But what if it's something important? Something related to the case? Alright, I won't read it. Jeez. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either, but in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? What? I'm sorry. How and why are you there? Who's that? He wasn't there a minute ago. He wasn't there a second ago. What are you talking about? As far as I can tell, it looks like he might be European. How can you tell that? How can you tell somebody's European just by looking at them? Oh, how did he... You've noticed the man too, haven't you? I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks suspicious. And tall. Suspiciously tall! Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Oh, I know who he is. I know who he is. Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There's something very unusual about him. And he's investigating Kazuma-sama's desk. Or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? No, she seems to be. By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press A on people when they're in crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright, I'll get this officially tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. So, the game wants us to talk to him. However, before we talk to our good man over here, what about this guy? Hello? Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Excuse me. What? I was wondering how's it going? The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes. But is not true, I see. Sorry? The criminal is asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Listen here, you butthole. Ugh. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. You might have useful information, though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? Yet, of course not. Now go back to corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? I seem to have. Just for a minute there. You seemed a little flustered. Okay, so something's up with this guy. But let's talk to the man of the hour, because absolutely love him. Excuse me. Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh! This is a critical point in my investigation. Is it a critical point? Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! I hope I haven't kept you long. Ah! What exactly were you doing on Kazuma's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? It feels like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. I recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. No. Sorry, what? And now, whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you find yourself in the most troubling predicament. Oh, well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction, hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course, there are a great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madam. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being as you are a merciless revolutionary. Oh, hey, Yami's here! Hi, welcome! Nice to see you. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake, and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. Okay, I don't know what my guy over here is going through, but yeah, hi, Yami, nice to see you. Always great to see you. You missed quite the beginning. A little recap for you. Kazuma is dead. That's all you really get to know. Yep, so Kazuma's dead. F in chat. My apologies. And when the bedridden occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too! Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Just to be clear, you are talking about me, right? Yes, Yami, Kazuma's dead. That white tape back there is his body. He's gone. My apologies. Certainly I am. So, what I meant to assume here is This man here thinks that we're Russian, that we are assassinators, and we just fled Russia just to go blow up a crystal tower. Yeah, I don't follow on that, friend. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I would say the guy standing at the door guarding it, but okay. Of course I don't see one person who fits the bill. Yes, Yami, I was crying earlier too. Just let out your tears now. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution too? Susato, I'm not Russian! It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked! No, listen, there's no way Hi-ya! Girl, can you please stop throwing me? Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary, obviously. Oh, forgive me. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came into your head. Ah, but I was not right? You were cheesing a dragon? Yami, what are you doing cheesing dragons? Whilst venturing towards foreign climes, you do find yourself in a most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ah, there you have it, you see? What do you make of that? That's the only thing you were right about, though, love. Well, to be honest, this ship's en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure you could call it deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed. An observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all of deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with a brassy certitude. And more often than not, I am right. Well, sweetheart, you were not right this time. I don't think you introduced yourself. Yami, that sounds very painful, but congratulations on getting a sword. Either way, I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I am none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Holmes. I love this man! I am so sad that you do not exist as a real person. I would do anything to just meet you in person. So yes, Sherlock Holmes, not Sherlock Holmes, you uncultured swines. So, it really is you, the actual Sherlock Holmes? The very same. The inimitable, exactly. The inimitable, words, whatever. Actual Sherlock Holmes. You saw that, okay. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world, Naruhodo-san? Of course I do! There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. Well, clearly Naruhodo hasn't. What planet have I been living on, then? We must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure! Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? So, this is the great Sherlock Holmes. Let's talk to him. What do you have to say about you being a great detective? Tell me. So, you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Sherlock Holmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Hairlock Holmes? Or Airlock Holmes? I don't know German either, so... No, I have no hair. Or hair. I have no hair. I have hair, but please, call me Holmes. I bet it is, Yami. I've never actually played Dark Souls, but have fun. Do your best. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Ren's magazine, full of wonders, short stories, and interest articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially. Yes, here it is. The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. So, you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am! And you've read so many of your own stories, you start to think that you really are a detective? Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backwards. Backwards? Oh, well, nice to know that you're taking a break, Yami. It's always good. My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in magazine. You have a biographer? Do you? Doesn't anyone? Or doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilson, presently keeping shop in London. Dr. Wilson? Wilson? I must say thanks to that publication. I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logic, reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? Yep, so Sholmes, what he does is he deducts stuff and acts like a detective. However, sometimes his deductions, as we saw, can be a little bit off-putting. A furtive glance? A twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture, fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. Ryunosuke is not buying this at all. He's like, yeah, okay. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth! As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago. How can he look me in the eye and claim that? So, you see, I have a turn both for observation and for deduction and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Sherlock Sholmes. Kazuma's death. Oh boy, let's talk about it. Because I know it's coming. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow! Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you. Now, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes! Ah, I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. Yep, we are now in handcuffs because of Sholmes. Sholmes, as much as I love you, you are a dunderhead. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among their number, gaining entry to the scene of the crime. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective, Sherlock Sholmes, was on board. And the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruhodo. Ugh! The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Really? Two facts, you say? So let's talk about these two facts. What are they? Tell me. Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came into the cabin this morning? Ah, yes. But first, let's be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. The two facts I deduced from a mere momentary glance at the scene of the crime were as follows. Number 1, the cabin was locked from within, rendering escape of the culprit out of the question. Number 2, the victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Jones. What made you think the villain was Russian, or victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left by the victim on the floor. I don't know how to read that. Oh, no, I'm not even gonna attempt to read that. That is a Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think Kazuma-sama could have left a dying message in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head. For this young man, Russian. But Kazuma's Japanese. Kazuma was Russian? Was he? No, he's not. He's Japanese. Initially, I considered Garda may be the name of the killer. A certain Robert Gard, perhaps? Yep, so Kazuma led, or not really Kazuma, but somebody led this man to believe that he was in the wardrobe, where you were found, Mr. Naruhodo, sleeping soundly. Quite so, I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Sholmes, I'm gonna say this now and again, I am not Russian. Why is it that I'm Russian too? Exactly. I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted. And if my memory serves, that outfit is the traditional dress of the Russian people. No, Sholmes. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea. Am I the only person in here who's not that stupid? Because, Susato, you're starting to make me question my IQ points. And I had no idea a detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message, that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Oh, Kazuma! This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Oh, Kazuma. I wanna cry. Kazuma, no! Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I woke up. This is the first time I've seen him like this. I wanna cry. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes. Thank you. The photograph of the crime scene. We now have that. Yep. Cry all the tears, Yami. Just cry them all. Frickin' Kazuma. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russia before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining that train of reasoning to me, do you think? I'm not even gonna try to read that either. Certainly, if it interests you. How many times? I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian! Your deduction just now. Tell me. Can we talk about your deduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean? Ah, the now famously accurate, troubling predicament you find yourself in? Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and the assassin of 16 part. Ah, yes, the more sordid details. It was fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary... I'm not going to try to read that name. Flees Russia via Shanghai. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Cosma a Russian? Guys, Sholmes is just a little bit stupid, but you gotta love him, right? You gotta love him. It sounds like Mr. Sholmes had concluded he was Russian because of what Cosma Sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize the culprit of this crime was the same merciless revolutionary. One who would kill the very man who helped him escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you. Sholmes, honey, I want you to take one good look at Ryunosuke's face and look at that Russian guy you showed earlier. They do not look exactly the same. No. How could it be me? I don't look anything like this man. Just look at his face. Exactly. What part of Ryunosuke screams that? Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you have no doubt learned to revolutionize your appearance as well. Yes, Yami, you have to love him, because he's Sholmes. Sholmes is one of the best characters in this game, hands down. Next to another one that we'll be seeing in Part 3. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passenger list. Need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway, Sholmes. What about the other detail, the 16 victims of assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower? Ah, yes. The journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in this article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about this revolutionary. Part of me wants to try to read this man's last name, Bolshevik? Is that how you do it? Was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters, I wonder? And what about the part where you said I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated in this article. Sholmes, you have the brain of a two-year-old. Bolshevik is recently returned after a period of okay, we're gonna move on this. Where even is that, anyways? This Afghanistan place. Here, take the paper for yourself. As a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thank you. So Sholmes gives us the article about the revolutionary. And you might find the article on the back of the page of interest as well. On the back? Cast your eyes over it sometimes if the interest takes you, though you may need someone to interpret. You know what, why not? Let's look over the article. What's on the back? Ooh, there's a lady. This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruhodo-san? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I. But look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess. Do you think? She's very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? Whoa there, Susato. I don't know. I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. Yep, Sholmes is everywhere. This man knows how to teleport. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novakvik Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. Okay, so this lady's gone. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. That's a pretty name. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? I mean, you're kind of right. It appeared the young woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room, wearing the diamond tiara you see in the picture, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Oh? How much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure it must be an unbelievable sum of money. Actually, let's find that out. Let's try to find that out. How much is 20,000 rubles to US dollars? Oh, that's only an equivalent to $239 over here. But what about 2 Japanese yen? Huh. 27,615. Pretty good sum of money. I like that. Like it. Susato-san's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. I just did. It came out to 27,500 or no, 615, I believe. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company is most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and their valuable tiara. They have requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify with a response, Mr. Naruhodo. So now we have the article about the ballerina, Miss Pavlova. So also a little bit of information about Mr. Sholmes. Sholmes is 34. There's not a person in the world who hasn't heard of this famous great detective. Not a person except for me, apparently. Sholmes. Gotta say, love him still. Okay. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it, but I suppose it wouldn't hurt just to give it a glance at this article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. Well, we've already looked over it, and now there's only one more thing to talk about. What you were just investigating. Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. Oh yeah, Kazuma's diary. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma is keeping notes for the trip. Ah, but I don't think you should read his private writings. It could upset people. Tragic. And some things you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It's my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Susato takedown is. Susato-san? Aren't you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruhodo-san. What on earth do you mean? You! Oh, so if I try to read it, I'm gonna get thrown halfway across the room, but he can read it and it's all fine. Yep, that's just how fair this game is to Ryunosuke. Life is so unfair. Amen to that, homie. Amen to that. Anyway, to return to that matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of this writing? Pray, be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy. A smattering! What? A smattering? Okay, fine. You don't know all the Japanese, fair enough. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. I trust you're suitably impressed. Oh god, I'm learning Japanese. Yami, I'm not ever gonna get used to life being this unfair. but this diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can read precisely none. Aw, he's so cute. I still love him. So, what was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I'd be happy to read it to you, Mr. Schultz. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. Still love him. Okay. The final entry here in Cosmosima's diary consists of just 2 short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound? Do I need a hug? I always enjoy a good hug. Yes, I want hugs. Hugs for Cosima's death, and also hugs about the fact that I can't have Sholmes as a boyfriend. Life is just so unfair, isn't it? These are very deep waters. Pray, go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35. What looks like some sort of a speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. I never heard that expression before. Aw, thank you, Yami. I appreciate the hugs. Every hug is appreciated here. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to that thing up there, to the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Cosmo's diary. We got Cosmo's diary up in here. So, I believe I've given you enough to consider for the time being, at least. Ah, do you have somewhere else to go? As it happens, the victims writing in this diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasick takes hold. Oh, I suppose. You're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to? Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds revel at the stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? Take me with you! No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glance at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. Great! After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point in trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. Sholmes, I'm going to beat the hair off of you. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know? Not really. So what, were you just looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. You have the knees of a criminal. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. You are the culprit. Then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Oh, now he's just being plain rude. Sholmes. Come back. Wait. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Naruhodo-san, what are you just standing there for? We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? There's no way I can... Hi-ya! After Kazuma-sama spending his dying moments struggling to leave us a clue, you're willing to give it up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? Well, I mean, Sholmes just told me to roll over and accept my fate, so maybe I might. I'll just lay here upside down and deal with it. As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigation. We still have some investigation to finish off in here first, didn't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for the chance to slip next door. Yep, so we have to continue to examine for Kazuma's life. What else can we examine in here? There's a board. These are the rules of passage to travel aboard the SS Bura. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? Ouch! Ow! I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Exactly, Yami. There's no making Susato upset. If we try to make her upset, she's just going to yeet us. So rules of passage to be on the ship: no bringing dangerous weapons, Kazuma, and no pets. Okay. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brushstrokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Of course I can! I mean, I'm innocent, so why shouldn't I be able to? True. No black belt, you get a black eye. Even though you stowed away on the ship? Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. So, anything else for us to examine? We can talk to the dude again. Nope. Nothing here. Actually, wait, there is something here. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still. No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma-sama. No, not that. Let's not give her any ideas, Ryunosuke. Let's see, anything else we have to examine? There's a pipe, there's that, there's this, there's Kazuma's bed, there's this, there's this, there's this. Okay, nothing else to do except for... Oh, we can look at the bolt. When I went for help and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, and not particularly sturdy, and it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of this cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading it once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and thread to draw a bolt from across the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories myself, but the door in this cabinet and its frame are made of metal, and they seal together perfectly. There'd be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles up and down my spine. Oh, look over there. The crewman, do you mean? He wasn't there before, was he? That's what I thought. Why don't we try talking to him? Probably because I'm likely to get yelled at again. But I suppose I could try. So there's another crewman in here. Hello! Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san? Oh, no, it's just that crewman standing by the door. I can't help feeling like I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right. He does look familiar. Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? Hansanaka-san! COVID man! I recognize that face, but it can't be. And the COVID begins. It is! I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hansonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? Yeah, what are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you. My heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Again? You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. I never expected to see this man on board. Perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. So Hansonaga-san is aboard the ship undercover once again. Well, now that he's here, he might actually be able to help us. So let's talk with him. Special orders. What are your special orders this time? So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I don't like that glare. He's glaring at me. I can't tell if he's actually glaring at me or if he's just sad. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. Oh, well. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even be a possibility? Somebody trying to assassinate this man? I'm not sure, but these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? That seems to be the case. Obviously, we can give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here on the first-class deck. Sad times all around. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I could do is humbly apologize. Oh, Inspector. Hansonaga-san. So, if there's anything at all I can do to help you now, just say the word. Can you give me some permission to investigate the area? We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer. Of course not. We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed at risk to the ship's safety. If you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door. That stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now. They think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example, I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really. I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. Don't take it that far, sweetheart. Don't take it that far. But I don't see how... There might be a way. What? Really? Think of how you try to persuade me of your own innocence, Naruhodo-san, by presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Yep, so evidence is always the key in every Ace Attorney game. If you don't have evidence, you have nothing. Nothing at all. It's just the same when you are in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Simply select Present panel and choose some evidence that Inspector Honsanaga could use. So, evidence that we could use that could show that the next door cabin is important. Let's see if I can present the detective with evidence he needs to persuade the captain. The only thing I can actually imagine giving you, my guy, is Kazuma's diary. Alright, good night, Yami. See you later. What's that? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, "What looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill." A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're still trying to work out what he meant by that. But what I really like to know is... Don't tell me. The ventilator, is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what that speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck in here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see? I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? COVID. I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san alive. This is the least I can do. Aww. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruhodo-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Yep, the move panel. Let's get the heck out of here. Goodbye. So, we're out in the hallway. Whew! I'm finally out of that cabin. I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodations? Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on this study tour by the government. That's why he was being put in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodations in the steerage. Really? That must be awful. Oh, look over there! That's another crewman keeping watch. And he looks enormous, even if he's sitting down. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose. Like people in handcuffs? Naruhodo-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Kazuma's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. It must have been a very trying time for you. Well, yeah. Please don't give me that pitying look. Don't pity me, woman. Don't you dare pity me. I don't... Okay, fine. So, what we're not going to do is we're not going to go talk to that guy because he'll probably kill us. And I don't want to die at the hands of big Russian man, so we're going to try to go in here. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours. The one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilation from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever is in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. Excuse me, we, need to get inside this cabin here. Oh, somebody's playing Splatoon. The sailor's eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying, keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors. Although this man's version is definitely more effective. It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. Dang it! How do we get out then? Or how do we get in? Are we supposed to talk to the guy? Excuse me, but can I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Oh. We seem to have caught the sailor on a bad day, Susato-san. Jeez, he called you a maid. I am not sailor. My mother gave me a name. I am senior crewman Beef Stroganoff. Oh, here we go. Another great Ace Attorney staple. People's names who have puns in them. This is Beef Stroganoff. Ooh. The best thing is to just avoid eye contact, I think. The first class cabin area. Talk to me, Biff. Mr. Stroganoff. About the first class cabin area. Here we are in finest part of Burish steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret. Many important persons. That is why I'm always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you in ocean, but Stroganoff is not animal. Thank you? Exactly. Do I say thank you to that or not? It's like almost kind of like a half thank you. Thank you? Oh, somebody's playing Enter the Gungeon? Okay. If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's currently occupied? Da! I know how to read that. Susato-san, did you understand that? It sounded like da. I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no. Genius! It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody next door in the cabin at least. Yes, it is tantalizing. The passenger in the next door cabin. Let's figure out who's over there. Can you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's? His name is Mr. Grimsby Roylott. He is a very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that, Mr. Stroganoff? Mr. Roylott is authentic Western gentleman. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student in insignificant Far East Islands. That's harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Royla came abroad? That is not your business. Come to think of it, even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Cosmo's cabin the entire time, I've never once heard anything from next door, or the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone in there. Well, presumably, this gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins. He must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Okay, talk about last night. Are you on watch here all the time, Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all time. So criminals like you cannot come in or get out. I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? It is sad about Student Boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yet? Is that supposed to be net? Susato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly no. I saw nothing unusual, nothing at all. And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything was wrong in some way? I said no! I'm sorry? Jeez! Get your undies out of a twist. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, all right. Bulkhead to second-class area, staying locked in all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on the top of a mountain, or as English would say, when pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good. Now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Yes, we shall, Miss Susato. Let's look around while he's not here. What's with the book? That book on the top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it, too. Yes, I'm sure it's the ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means that there was nothing to report. So that log was blank. We can't leave, so there's no point in leaving. Let's try to go in here again. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one that the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. So let's see. Let's try to go in. Hello? No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There is no one in there to help us with our inquiries. How annoying. Oh, what about this? What's this? What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. What are you doing, Naruhodo-san? You mustn't touch it. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. You know full well that's not what alarms are for. If you were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. I wish everything would just stop, the ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Oh, scream! What was that? It came from inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. I'm about to break down the door. Sholmes, where did you ballerina spin in from? Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then how the deuce can I dispatch this muscular urge? What pray can I kick? I think we should go in. There's no time to think about stress relief. So in this cabin... Oh, there's a man. Who are you? A Western gentleman? This man looks Russian to me. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out! All of you! Now! Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimsby Roylott, I believe? Yes, that is me. And you are? I'm the one and only, the actual Herlock Sholmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective among great detectives. One who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. The man uses that magazine like it's a business card. Love that. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. But there wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So it might be so bold as to ask you to open up that small traveling case. What? Don't be stupid! How could anyone fit in such a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, isn't it not? Traveling inside one's trunk? Don't you look at me, Sholmes. Oh, I love that. That's great. That's great. Oh! That case just moved. That case just moved. I don't like that. Yes, the case just shook. Leave, now. Otherwise, I'll call the steward. So this is Cosmo's neighbor, Mr. Grimsby Roylott. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we could find some clues before that burly sailor returns. Sholmes, what are you doing, honey? What you doing, friend? Do you have a moment, please, Mr. Sholmes? You need only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just did, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you just doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed, I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time that you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh! It would seem that the hour is upon us now. The time has come. Am I mistaken? Well, no, actually, you're spot on, for once. Yes, Sholmes. Observe closely. Our Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what the most effective weapon is to use against a Russian in hiding a secret? Vodka? Why, the truth, of course. Okay, or the truth. Yeah, that works too. Vodka or the truth. Although it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusively for the Russians. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please! Let us see this deduction work, Sholmes. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. For I am about to apply my great detectives greatly admire great deduction to this case. Could this man be more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian, I ask you? What? From time to time, it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you, or anyone. That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but once I read, it is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment. Shh! I must have complete silence! What are you doing? Why are you peering at my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I have quite made up my mind now. There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? And number two, the other conclusion I have drawn, you are, at this very moment, no less, the midst of committing the most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you've been discovered. Does it not? Ah! Oh, Naruhodo-san! I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deduction with my own eyes! That was a great deduction. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. Well, I wouldn't say that, honey. In a single glance, he can deduce all there is to know about a person. Yep, in Mr. Roylott's face, he's got a little bit of a purple hue to his face. Oh yes, I've read about it countless times in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And now I've experienced the astonishing impact of his great deduction firsthand. I might faint. This is like a dream come true. Oh, Susato, you're so cute, honey. You're so cute. Oh, you're just so cute. You're like a little cutie. I can hardly believe it, but all the colors drained from Mr. Roylott's face. It looks like somehow both of Mr. Sholmes' conclusions were right. How could you? How could I possibly know such a things? You wish to say? Very well then. I shall elucidate. I shall explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I do cordially invite you upon a journey of logic discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. Put it plainly, let us work through my deductions together. The great deduction. The game is afoot. So this is Mr. Sholmes' specialty. The old man's identity. Let's get into it. So, the dubious-looking Russian, Mr. Roylott, obviously. What catches the eye in the first place? It's the enormous pair of shears in your hand. Oh. Now we ask ourselves, what could you possibly want with such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. You are on the verge of using the shears to cut away the copious beard you sport. Now, moving on. The question then begged is this, the question then begged is this. Why would you desire to rid yourself of that magnificent beard, Mr. Roylott? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, this morning's newspaper, in particular, the fascinating front page article, which it would appear you have read also, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. He doesn't... Oh? In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Violin Bolshevik? flees Russia via Schenk. So Sholmes thinks that this guy in front of us is that man. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noticed the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond a doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Villain Bolshevik. Not that I've heard of you myself, you understand. So, Sholmes thinks that he's the revolutionary on the run. Okay, and what's your other deduction? Wrongdoing. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing the most grievous of crimes. And the proof of this crime, over there. Ah yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawareness, people have a propensity to lend their eyes stray, you see. Ah! And I assure you, the eyes speak much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. He doesn't seem to like that. It's time, I think, that the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation, a young lady, perhaps? One slight enough to fit in therein? Don't be absurd! And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your care is coupe d'oil. I don't know how to pronounce that, what the hell? Or what the heck, my apologies. No swearing, no comment. Betrays you? Once again, we need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case will equally be found on this page with the newspaper. No newspaper. No newspaper. Okay, Sholmes, what are you getting at? Okay, Sholmes, so you think that Miss Nikolina Pavlova is in the case? Your crime is that of abduction! According to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Sholmes, honey, I don't think that... Okay. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elemensky. Susato-san? That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing about so much, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know? But that did seem a little different somehow. You think? I mean, some of the stuff he said was kind of on board, but other than that, it kind of got a little bit to the left. Just a little bit to that left, okay? Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions. Would you mind? Oh, not at all. Go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but these two men look nothing like each other. Ah, yes, I recall our discussion earlier. And at the time, I believe I told you that the man's a revolutionary. Well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Rowlett does look more like the man than you do. That's not the point, Susato. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear to be too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small, clearly. You'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child in that case, even if you pushed really hard. Ow! I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her will be poking out from that case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain lithness in their body. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it would surely be simplicity itself to control oneself into the confines of that small case. Oh dear, you might be thinking of the contortionist in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something occurred to me about Mr. Sholmes' deductions just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seems a little off. Your idea of a little might be a little off itself, Miss Susato. It's just one or two key words in his deductions that seem to let him down. So I was wondering if we might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some key words in his deductions? Yes, but very tactfully. I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions. You might be right, Susato, you might be right. Precisely, the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is a lot of work. He's a lot of work, but I love him. At times, I wonder how anyone puts up with me. I wonder that too, buddy. I wonder how my family puts up with me sometimes. It's not that funny. It is kind of funny. And you, my good fellow. Sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrist. My wrist? My handcuffs! They're gone! Where are your handcuffs? Huh? How did... I thought they might hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrist when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. But this time, it's our turn. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So let's go over this again. We gotta switch out stuff for Sholmes because he's a little bit on the dumber side. So he's gonna say the same stuff over again, and I'm not gonna read it because God knows how long this is gonna take. So the enormous pair of shears. And that's where it is. Whenever there's a question mark, it'll basically tell you that Sholmes is off about something. He's right about a lot of stuff, but it's just a little bit of keywords. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? I doubt that's something I'll ever have to worry about. It doesn't quite sit right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either, which means I suppose that the deduction is wrong. Let's try to switch a key word in there, Naruhodo-san, and see if that helps this matter. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. I wonder if it's really his beard that he had to use those shears on. Exactly. So, if we manage to find what he was about to use the shears on, we could just present it. Thank you, Susato. Why am I the one to do something about this? Because you're the lawyer, mister. Let's see. What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? So let's look around this man. The beard, his hat, his coat, the coat buttons? What the... hello? What's that? What the... What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color's not the point. The point is, what's it doing on the back of Mr. Roylott's head? How's it growing out from under this thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true, so it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. So, he was about to cut his hair.
Yes!
You are on the verge of using those shears to cut away the golden locks you sport. Indeed! You have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. No, you weren't, Sholmes. Don't lie to yourself. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. You're not a man at all. You're a woman. And judging from the length of your sheer hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of these magnificent locks? Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Nope. Well, that was a shock. I had no idea that old man was really a young woman in disguise. Did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruhodo-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Sorry. You look like you're in your element as you dance around the room deducting the facts of Mr. Sholmes. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything. Oh, you tsundere of a man. This is strictly business. But yes, I understand. Say no more. Don't worry, we won't tell Sholmes that you're enjoying this. Well, anyways, let us focus on the next part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction, shall we? The evidence. So the evidence that he's picked out is wrong. So she is not the revolutionary. As a matter of fact, I believe we've already seen a she, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, let's get to it. Our she here is Miss Prima Ballerina herself. The evidence that reveals your true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right. You have hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novavitch ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we are finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the prima ballerina. Move on. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! Oh. I'm glad that hat's pretty thick. Oh, you look so pretty. You're right. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. now, we have to move on to the wrongdoing, and now that we know that she's the ballerina, she couldn't have kidnapped herself. Yep, so Miss Pavlova here has committed a crime. The crime is over there. Miss Pavlova. Your eyes have betrayed you, dear lady. So she wasn't looking at the traveling case. Yep, so she can't be inside the case as well. No, that's right. It seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Oh, Susato. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it. Enough of your crap, Susato. Okay, so if it's not the traveling case, not the wine, not the books. Oh, the tiara!
Yes!
The proof of your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by the dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And the report is to be believed, this item would be worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, you're stealing. The crime you have committed is theft. Oh no! Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I'm all alone, and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old and she's a runaway all by herself. She must be extremely lonely. I'd be lonely too. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about you. Mystery? What do you mean? You have stubbornly refused to open up this traveling case of yours in our presence. Is it reasonable to conclude therefore that there exists some reason why you wish for it to remain closed? Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there's no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before I've even laid eyes on them. Okay, so Sholmes has an idea. What do you think is in that case, honey? Dear me, we are not well suited for a life of crime, are we? You're careless. I'm not going to pronounce that. He's completely changed tack with his abduction. Okay, so the books. Well, yeah, there wouldn't be a reason for her to not open up that case if there was books in there. So, yes, there has to be another reason why she will not open up this case for us. And it's going to be somewhere in this room. So she was looking at the books. The books on the shelf, the small picture, the rules of the passage. She must have something in that case that isn't allowed on the ship. Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Inside the case of yours is something forbidden from carriage on this vessel. That is the real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbles from time to time, but no weapon or dangerous item will move of its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case is the last item listed as forbidden in the Russian or the vessel rules of passage. A pet. So she has a pet with her. Oh, well, that's nice to know. Possession of a prohibited animal. Deduction complete. Elementary. And we gotta say it, Ryunosuke looked like he was having a good time. He smiled while he was spinning around with that man. So clearly, you aren't who you said you were. No, I am not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Smart for a 15-year-old. Can have been easy. Yeah, this ship has a really amazing crew. Did she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intend to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Aw, poor girl. She just wants to get away from it all. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So, if it was just you about to cut your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? Oh, so she screamed about something. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai. I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disguise myself? So no one would recognize me. Dang. So, in order to disguise yourself to be on the ship, you decide to become an old man? Wouldn't say that's a smart move. I put on the fur hat and fake beard. Then, just before you came in here, I saw the newspaper. Right on that page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Sholmes is still angry that he couldn't kick that door in. I'm so sorry, honey. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that from time to time. There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right. It is my dear friend inside. My only friend in this whole world. Please, don't tell anyone. If the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you. But in return, you must tell us, in as much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes, all right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Wasn't it something, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what... But at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes? What? Observe your wrist. My... Dang it, Sholmes! Ah, your hands are cuffed again! What? But how? True to my word, I have restored your shackles. Urgh. When and why? There's still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry to say, it can't be helped at the moment. Can it? Really? Or can't it? Anyways, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I had to find out what the speckled band that Cosmo Samao wrote about in his diary really was. Yep, we have to learn, what is the speckled band? And why is the speckled band? What happened last night, sweetheart? Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door to the one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example? Perhaps people talking? Perhaps the ship was absorbed in wild tempest? Perhaps its steam engine exploded? Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that happened? Sholmes? Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I could think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that happened around me. Oh, I see. Running away? Why are you running away, girl? You ran away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet? Yes. I'm traveling to Great Britain, and from there, I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. Yeah, that tiara. You say you want to forget, but you brought the tiara. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I'd stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Yes, and the crew of the ship. They have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. If that's indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova, it creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. What conundrum? I'm not sure, but, Yeah, the conundrum. Let's talk about it. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Bureau stopped by no port last night. Oh! That actually is a pretty big conundrum. Then how in the world did she get aboard the ship? How did you get on here, girl? So how is it, pray, that you came to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewmen outside this cabin acted very strange when I mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. Yep, when he said this is none of your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry? What was that? It is how the Russian newspaper described one of my performances. And that's how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I'm an angel. That ain't gonna fly with me, honey. You may be beautiful, but no. Considering English isn't your mother tongue, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist the touch of a dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genius descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to deduction. Words once said about myself. Sholmes, I'm sick of you and everything that you stand for. Yes, Mr. Shoei. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Okay, let's talk about your friend. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed on board according to the rules of passage. Oh please, don't tell any of the crew. If they found my precious... Then the burly Russian would bestir themselves in unison and to throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. Yeah, way to reassure the lady. Oh yeah, you have a pet on board? Man, those crewmen are definitely going to have their way with you. They're going to just yeet you right off the ship. Well, what sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy, isn't it? Nope, no puppy. Maybe an adorable little rabbit? No bunny. Ha! You credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh? Don't they have small rabbits there then? You might as well ask. I have no idea. Sholmes, I'm sick of you. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken! Yes, Sholmes, Miss Pavlova has a dang chicken in there. Really? Consider the benefits. Our rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs, and when adversity strikes, we can satisfy the needs of sustenance. So, you eat your friends? No, I remember that. And it's not chicken either. Well, it would appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret, not to be revealed. Ha 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 ha. Well, of course she's not going to trust us. There's something I should like to show her, I think. I have to show her something? Hey. You want to read my friend's diary? This is the diary of my friend who passed away. His diary? Yes, and he wrote in it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, I can hear a faint whistling sound, and then a few minutes later, what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentioned joins to this cabin, you see? Yep, it's right up there. It's up there on the wall. In other words, this cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh. Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott? Yes, what? Dang, she got dressed quick! Wow, she's fast. Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once, please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave. Now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please, don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or you want me to throw you out. Looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. Ah, what a pity. Indeed, what a pity indeed. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That is to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Ah, dang. And that is a to be continued right there. That is the end of the first part of this case. So now we move on to the investigation part 2. Let's go! I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that, you think? I wish we managed to find some clues as to what the speckled band might have been. We did manage to investigate it all. And I imagined that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. That man said, you try to come near this door, I'll kill you. I'll cut you if you come near this door. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. In Herlock Sholmes fashion, Sholmes is gone at the moment. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrist. So now, we have to figure out something else to do, because at the moment, we cannot go back in. We can't examine this. We can't really talk to the guy. Or, I mean, we can talk to him, but he's not going to say anything much to us. Hi. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand, 100%. Yep, let's just get away from him. And yeah, he's not gonna forget me. Alright, well, there's only one other place we can go. We can't go in here, so let's go back into Cosmo's cabin. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Honsoniga's unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, haven't you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of the cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh. Right, I forgot about that. Let's just hope that Honsoniga-san is okay. Hopefully. Maybe? but I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. So let's look for Honsonaga-san. Honsonaga... Oh, no. Hey! Oh my god, what did they do to you? Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Honey, that is not a scratch, that is a black eye. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain I gave you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist, then toss me overboard. But what? But the pummeling is over in the flash. You must have decided against throwing me overboard. Honsonaga, I know that you said you were gonna lay your life down for me, but please don't actually do that. I need you alive. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Hairlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Oh. Yes, the great Hairlock Sholmes. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found. Yes, let's do it. It's the cabin next door. What? Nikolina Pavlova? She's in the cabin next door? Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oh, so Honsonaga-san likes ballet. That's nice to know. Are you done dying on me, good sir? So I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh? How? Because an angel doesn't go around committing crimes, do they? Oh. Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Please don't die on me, COVID man. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there's one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. What's this new information? It's this. Oh, it's Cosmo's postmortem report. Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae? His neck was broke. Oh, God! Who came in here and snapped this man's neck? There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what was the weapon used then? Nothing has been found as of yet, but the fact is there are no signs of a wound. Just that it might have been a blunt object, Something that wouldn't leave a mark. Ew. Yikes. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. Is it a possibility? No obvious wound would be left? Poor Kazuma. Yeah, poor Kazuma. Nobody wants to die by having their neck snap. Oh, thank you. Give, please. I trust you. Aww. I trust you too. Hmm? Oh. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Hansanaga, trust me. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much, as he crept about on the floor investigating. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing. He practically shouted it. "It's shoe polish!" was all he said. Shoe polish? It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see it? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark. Do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That just leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Susato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? Sort of darkish brownish red, then? Yes, a little like the color of wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? So that mark on the floor is from Kazuma's boots. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewman's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yeah, that might be for the best, but thank you, Hansanaga. COVID. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well, I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. It was my responsibility. Oh, don't feel bad. I feel bad as a best friend. I was in the closet and I couldn't hear that he was getting murdered. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. So we can't talk to Hansanaga-san anymore. Yeah, we still don't know what's up with that piece of glass. And then the brick-colored mark, which is shoe polish from Kazuma's boots. Well, because it's Sholmes. If Sholmes says that something is something, you have to listen to him. That's hardly a reason, is it? I don't want to talk to this guy. Because I'm afraid that he might possibly kick my butt. Well, let's get out of here. Let's go back out into the hallway. Mr. Stroganoff is gone. Ah, look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganoff is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. True, I mean, you're kind of right, Ryunosuke. Certain Russian names I can't remember that well. Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing? Oh no. Miss caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Mrs. Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely. Before that Strinky Knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Strinky Knot. But, that caroling does have me a little confused. Sholmes, are you over here singing to yourself, my good man? Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look. Well, you never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits. I'm not gonna sing Sholmes' song, so if anybody was looking forward to me singing, it's not gonna happen. Excuse me. Mr. Sholmes! Ah! What is it? You want to fight? Mm-hmm. Oh, Sholmes is gonna fight me. I love the way that Sholmes gets ready to fight people. It's like, oh, come on. Come on. Yeah! Honestly, interrupting a fellow while he's singing, and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I very nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now could you put those fists away? Put the fist down. Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in the study of the steamship log as penned by the stockily-built crewman, who usually is on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note to happen, so... Oh, Ryunosuke, you dummy. You truly are a student from the land of rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy. It's inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all should become clear. It would seem the same crewman stands sentry in the first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of writing "nothing to report" every half hour. Oh, he writes that every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put it simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. So he writes nothing to report when there is nothing to report. I see. The ship logs from last night was nearly blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led the seaman to being absent from his post. So Mr. Stroganoff wasn't here last night. So where in the world did he go? What kind of circumstances what happened? Just what happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can still be sure that something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand why my way is, or what my way is. I see. What makes Sholmes Sholmes? Brilliance! Sholmes, I still love you. Everything that you stand for. Even your last. Ooh, ouch. Uh-oh. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing headache this morning for some reason. Nothing more. So Sholmes has a headache too? Well, my friends, until our next encounter. Goodbye. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off the. I can still hear it as he wanders off down the hall, or the passageway. Is something wrong, Susato-san? You seem a little lost in thought. It's just, well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. Sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? So, 4 people so far have said they had a major headache. We'll figure that out later. Either way, let's go over here into Miss Pavlova's room. And her chest is open. Who opened up the chest? Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susato-san? Oh, where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are our private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right. For Kazuma's sake, anyways. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will! For Kazuma and for myself! But I think the main thing we need to look at is also this. Her bookshelf is all messed up too. All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a... Nope, we're not talking about the statue anymore. Yep, so the books are exactly how they were in Kazuma's cabin too. All toppled over, all messed up. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase? True, why would she practice ballet from the thing that she wanted to run away from? Alright then, it must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage? Yeah, Susato, way to just pin this man like, oh yeah, it's all your fault. But let's put them all back. Susato does not like seeing things in disarray. So I'm guessing she has major OCD. Kinda like me. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, there should be an animal in there. She was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Bureau. I wonder what kind of animal she has in there. more to the point, where in the world is it now? How about the trash can? I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Honey, you call that a waste paper basket. I'm gonna call that a garbage can. Let's look inside the trash. It's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish. You know, it's poor etiquette to be sifting through rubbish in general. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly. We have no choice. Let us look inside the garbage. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. There's no garbage in here. A few books on her desk. I wonder what type of book she likes to read. Books written in Russian. Thanks, I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people. I'm sorry, Susato, I have to remember, you can't speak Russian either, so my sarcasm probably isn't good. The rules of passage. She needs to keep her contents of her case a secret for her special friend. Yeah, I hope that Seaman Stroganoff does not yeet her friend halfway across the room or into the ocean. Ooh. The vents. So this goes back to Cosmo's room. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, if there was a gas leak, the other person could go out and go try to ring the bell of alarm. But I guess Susato also has a pretty good grasp on the situation. Oh. What's that? What's going on? Shut down the engines immediately. Brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. We're tilting! Susato-san, hold on to me! Ah! Susato-san, are you alright? Are you injured? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Oh. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think. Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? Nope, I'm good. I'm fine. Are you... Hello? Hello, is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hansanaga? Unbolt the door. Wait, the door got bolted? Wait, the bolt? The door's bolted. Did you do that, Susato? No, I didn't touch it. Oh, well, it looks like we found out how the door got bolted. Well, that's strange. How did... And look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, are you going to open the door and let the inspector in? I'd better tidy this place up first. Yeah, let's pick up all of her stuff and make it all nice and neat. Our violent emergency to stop had solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew what awaited us on the other side of this cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. And that's another to be continued, a more quicker to be continued. So we are approaching the final part of this case. Let's get this over with, because I'm sure we all want to know what happened to Kazuma and why is he dead. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted afterwards, or after we made our emergency stop. So Sato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. Hello. You! What are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We had something about how we were going to collide with that other ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is in chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew is running everywhere. The first class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder! Dressed in all black! You are the devil! Well, ouch, you're no angel yourself, lady, but geez. Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil's a first. You opened my traveling case! How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it! That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man! I know he did it! He's a criminal! It's not enough that he killed a man! Da! And he is stowaway as well! If Vexen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away! He is a trespasser as well as everything else! Stowing away, trespassing, killing? She is right! You are a devil! It doesn't look good, doesn't it? There's a cell below deck. Throw him in! Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. There we give you straight to police. Wait! A cell? Please, Inspector Honsonaga, is there nothing that you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I gotta find a solution. We need a solution fast. So it seems like these three can't help us. I'm sorry, but what is this? Well, how about we ask our good friend, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, this man. Why? Why are you the way that you are, Sholmes? What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes! This man was hanging on the side of the wall and he's wearing a tiara? Name a more perfect man. Jeez. Sholmes, I love you. I love you with everything in my heart. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This is a mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no. I don't care what it is, it's beautiful. Well, why are you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of 20,000 rubles. Naturally. I wish to determine if it would then... whatever. Words. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You can't take him seriously right now. He's wearing a tiara and he looks like he's about to box somebody. Ah, you again. The great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking me somewhere other than the hook of a wall next time. What is your report? Speak! An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved! By me, naturally. So Sholmes has this whole thing figured out. What? Really? Yes. I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective, great admirer, great deduction to the case. How many times does this man say great in one sentence? Ha! You have solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it. Butthole. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it is what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Da! Locked room. That is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. It was locked. There's no way the bolt could have drawn across from the outside the cabin. You're all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. Huh? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin, despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, gapes open mouth at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? Apparently you think it's funny because you're the one laughing. I cannot even put my arm through that hole. Your arm can't fit through any hole except for the holes in your shirt, good man. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. Train truck arms. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening? It's not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... Are you referring to the words Cosmosima wrote in his diary? I can hear a faint whistling sound and the thing about the speckled band. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is a speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? The same thing he's done like 3 separate times now. There's a distinct element of danger, but fear not. I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Yeah! Ah! What the? Oh, hi! Mr. Stroganoff, are you okay? You look highly uncomfortable. Allow me to introduce you all to the band, the Speckled Band. Snake? Indubitably. Yeah, I got nothing to say to that as well. Why is there a full snake over here? Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake, it isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, not the speckled, wouldn't you? You both see and observe with distinction, however. Do you not think this is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap? Sholmes, your entire life is a trap. How, exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explain the intricate words of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that's all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one, last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. So Miss Pavlova's friend is the cause of all this turmoil. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Asogi? Yep, I know it's hard to believe, but yes. Stroganoff wants to say something, but that snake will not allow it. It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Again. Let's do it. The Great Deduction. The game is afoot. So the intruder's identity. Let's figure out what took Kazuma's life. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death is nothing to do with me. This whole thing is nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it's that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend in which you boarded this vessel with, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. That snake is trying to eat you, Sholmes. And also probably squeezing the life out of the seaman's head. Though he's not budging that much. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can there be? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be the snake's slotted skin. Evidently, after the subtle, horrible crimes of this most deadly friend of yours. shed its original skin. No. I don't know what you're talking about. So, saying that the snake went up there, used the bell cord to wriggle his way down, and bit Cosmo to death. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime. Oops, somebody's playing Super Mario Maker. Yay! Is a rare breed of snake, whose markings change each time it slots its skin. So Sholmes thinks that her friend is the snake. Moving on. We come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? Poor Kazuma. According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the terrible venom. Sholmes, no. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes. An examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. But Sholmes, didn't you just say that there was no visible mark left on his body? This makes no sense, but honey, you gotta remember, this is Sholmes we're talking about. Nothing makes sense with him. You just kinda gotta deal with it and move on. There's no point in feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid everything that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. Incorrect. You don't. He doesn't what, sweetheart? You gotta speak up. When it comes to Sholmes, you gotta say what you gotta say. Yes, Sholmes, she trained her serpent to attack people. Absolutely gotta love it. To train? Nice whistle. It's not true. The snake is not mine. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to sink its fangs in once. Its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. And that's how Kazuma died. That is the true nature of the Speckled band that took the poor man's life. There can be no doubt my logic is infallible. I wouldn't say that, Sholmes. I wouldn't say that. Because sadly, you're pretty wrong. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the Speckled band. Yep. That's about the reaction I expected. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet as a killing machine. There on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promised food is the key to training any creature. Sholmes, maybe I'm just a little bit stupid, but where in the world did you read that serpents like to drink milk? Incredible! You solved the mystery! Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. I see now why Sherlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just, about your deductions before, some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and I will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage her pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah! Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal to a snake by whistling. But madam, what are the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard of the snake that dances to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers play their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. Dang, we're breaking Sholmes down a little bit. I kinda feel bad. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more, good woman? Snakes use the scale on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like that one in these cabins. Then it should try harder! Yeah, that's exactly it. Guys, if you ever have a problem and somebody's like, oh, you can't do this, just try harder. If somebody says that you can't walk on walls, try harder. That's all you need to do. Just try harder. Please, don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator to the next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Aw, you killed the man's dream. You killed this man's dream. Oh no, Sholmes, I'm sorry. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean. Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into great ones. They ought to be. I had a feeling this was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down at your wrist again. What? Yay, I'm uncuffed! You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not. I shall see that they are restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Yeah, Sholmes, can't you throw me a bone and just leave them off? Now, everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. But this time, the course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Alright, so the intruder's identity. Let's get down to it. Your aching heart smarts with pain. She does have a pain expression on her face. Well, yeah. I mean, somebody else's death would be weighing heavily on me. Especially if I was like living right next door to them. Good lord, I'd be like, oh gosh, what could I have done to prevent this? Let's see, is there anything else that could show that there's pain on this woman? Aside from her expression, look at that face. That pretty little face. Oh. Oh, she got scratched.
Yes!
The claw strike. Smarts with me. Indeed. A simple observation reveals the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact retrieve that scratch sometime last night? Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. But when I am sad, the pain from this wound is worse. Yep, it was your friend. Your telltale glance gave it away. Just don't ever look to the side. Nope. And considering the fact that snakes have no hands, they cannot scratch. Exactly. No claws. No claws, no scratch. Nope, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet, on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, then what is? What is the true identity of this friend of hers? Let's follow her gaze, and we'll find the answer. So if she was looking over here, her pet's somewhere over here. Her pet is the Seaman! Her pet is the Seaman Stroganoff. Well, they do seem to be friends of sorts. But I can't imagine how he could possibly fit through that ventilator. So, yes, the She-Man isn't her friend, the teapot's not her friend. And there's a photograph of her and a kitty. Yep. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, she is. But I like the cat more. Hate to say it, but the cat has more beauty than the woman. That's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that caught my eye. We better take a closer look. It's the kitty! Yes! So, where's the cat? Where's your little kitten? Without a doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no! The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Ah! Yeah, where is that cat? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in quandary. The victim observation last night told the tale of a speckled bear, whereas regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. So, the cat's not speckled. Yep, there's our speckled band. Why would she have snake skin? Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she had just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Exactly! See? Her dumb self took it out of her pocket. If she had left it alone, we wouldn't even notice. We wouldn't be like, oh, let me look inside that pocket of yours, ma'am. What's in there? I swear, people in video games do the dumbest things sometimes. Anyways, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Let's examine this a little bit more. Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort, and that looks like a handle on the other end. I think it might be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. So, this is not the snake skin, but it's a cat.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you are trying, but failing to conceal, is, a cat's toy. Precisely, in the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah! And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim cannot fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can be only one answer to that. The cat got up there. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighboring cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to entice the creature to return. Correct, Sholmes, correct. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, when last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Kya! A truly troublesome feline, Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. So, we can actually look over that. Look at that, Darka's got something on her neck here. And also, Darka's adorable. You know what? If I ever get a cat, if I ever get a black cat, I'm going to name her Darka. It's going to be adorable. It was after I gave her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she is so naughty. Alright, so we're going to move on to topic number 2. Moving on. When we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. Yep, you got that right. No visible signs. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Incorrect, Mr. Sholmes, incorrect. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now. Hand over Kazuma's post-mortem report.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. Huh. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of this, basically the back of your neck in general, is fatal. Only that Goliath would be so strong enough to survive that. See, a man strong enough isn't some sort of a mortal freak, you know? I mean, he could be. The jury is out. Anyways, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as a fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased's body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon had been found, though. Presumably, Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and dealt him a final blow. Imagine that, though. Imagine if that cat was actually the one to take down Kazuma. Just came up behind him, bit his neck, slammed him down somewhere. That would be amazing. I suppose it's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall. Could that explain it? It's rather hard to believe that Kazuma survived, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix that deduction somehow. Let's see, is there anything at the scene of the crime? Well, the only thing I can see is the mark on the floor, because it has whatever in the world this is.
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. Yep, there's shoe polish on the floor. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. So tallow, beeswax, and dye. Laced leather shoes. Ooh, those actually sound pretty cool. Kazuma's boots are pretty cool. I like the design of them. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asogi must have caught his foot at that point of the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No! I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asogi lost his life? Yes, the facts are clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal that incriminating evidence. By now, your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. Madam, you are inevitably screwed. That's right, you hid the evidence in the traveling case, which is incorrect. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. Well, too bad, Susato. You have to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. So, this is all a warning as well. If you're trying to walk somewhere, please don't trip and accidentally break your neck in a very awkward position, because the last thing I need is to hear that somebody died like that, so please don't do it. Please don't die. But if this part of Sholmes' deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here, in this cabin, somewhere in the direction she just casted her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be here somewhere. Well, she wasn't looking at the traveling case. Not the tiara. Not this. Maybe it's in the bucket. This is a waste paper basket. It's a garbage can, lady. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind simply playing tricks on you. Yep.
Yes!
In the waste paper basket, or the garbage. Waste paper basket, garbage, what do you guys call it? That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely. We found another piece of broken glass on the floor of Mr. Asogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. It's a bell! Oh no! So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know. In that hushed Russian accent of yours? But, yeah, I don't know in that hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to that bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova and the little glass bell, that would be the picture of her and her cat.
Yes!
Your kitty has the same bell. Look, if you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from Darka's collar, the very glass bell in question. The truth has caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who's lost his life last night did so after a truly, I'm not going to try to pronounce words. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka! I couldn't tell anyone else. I'm sorry. So our deduction is complete and we now know the truth. The truth! Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Darka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. That cat does not like being boxed up. People do say that cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. True. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that's how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it? Yes. And I had read the rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry an infectious disease. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, you thought it's safe to try it. You thought it's safe to try to lure the kitten back again? By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loves this toy, but it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. So the faint whistling sound Cosima wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Yep. This is all Miss Pavlova's doing. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... Oh! Okay. I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosima died at the hands of a small cat. From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. Aww. Mr. Asogi was already off balance as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of the unfortunate factors could have easily caused him to fall over. Well, what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably relentless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning and I heard that a young man in the cabin next to mine had died, but I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake is your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it, and where did it come from? Yeah, the snake! We're talking about Cosima's death, but what also about the snake? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board the ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snake is my friend. His name is... I'm not even going to try to pronounce that because, good lord. What? What? That snake belongs to you? He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into the cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. We are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without a close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? I mean, hey, we all have a best friend who isn't human. Whether it be somebody off of online, like anime characters and stuff like that, whether it be pets, whether it be stuffed animals. God forbid that nobody has a stuffed animal best friend. My dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can't appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. My snake does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but gentle. He is adorable, like Granny. It's venomless? Yes, now he's hungry, so he's in bad mood. Once I feed him, you'll see Big Smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only stupid stories. He eats mouses, or mice. Big, fat, round mouses, or mice. Ah, oh, so is that what that mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. Oh. Oh, that looks terrifying. Sholmes, where are your eyeballs, honey? Sholmes, where is your eyes? That's not terrifying at all. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous? How in the deuce did something so in-depth lend a starring role? It's not my fault. I do not make up stories. My snake has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. A cat. So that's the truth about Cosima. Miss Pavlova? I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But, what are you talking about, Miss Bikotova? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. I'm kind of with Susato. I don't fully believe her either. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There is a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess, I was attending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh! I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah! Not again! When did you do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were, Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Cosimo was my closest friend. I owe him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes! What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in the cabin that was bolted shut from the inside out. Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was this in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish in the first instance. Well, we've already established it, haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Trapped him, yes, but it's still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's what really happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There is a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right there in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. Undeniable, you say? Do tell. Pray do tell. His death can have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. Well, the no mere accident, it would be... I believe that it would be the whole thing about the,
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There is no way that Mr. Osogi could have left this message on the floor. That's script. It's in Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese, in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. Sweetheart, do you know how long it takes to study Russian? Aside from Chinese, Russian is a pretty hard language. I mean, I'm studying just because I actually like the Russian language. It's pretty interesting. But I'm not that good at it. It's a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. But very descriptive. There is no way that Mr. Osogi could have left this message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained here. Damage to his spine, resulting in an instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell to the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Osogi's cabin. A remnant of something that could possibly have been there if what Miss Pavlova told us were true. Yep, so Susato noticed. This is the mark on the floor. This peak of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know about that. It was broken in half and the victim tripped over the cat and fell. Where's the flaw in the logic? The flaw is the bell itself. A fatal flaw. If that's really what happened, why is the other half in Miss Pavlova's room? Ah! Yes, remember that we found the other half of the glass bell in the waste paper basket. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh, no. Both of these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Osogi died last night in his cabin. there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asoki's...
Hold it!
You're wasting time. Someone else was there? Duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And the only other person in that cabin when the young student died was you!
Yes!
It's true. I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message, to be precise about the details. Would you mind, Sholmes? Like 5 seconds? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, after being rudely interrupted, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor. In an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then, the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen onto the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asogi really lost his life. But why would this person have taken all the pieces, or why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light on the floor here. Huh. So it would have been too dark for... Let's see. You all suspect me, don't you? Well, you do seem pretty guilty. Your cat was involved, you took a piece of the bell, there was somebody else in there. Right? Seaman Stroganoff? Nina's woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of the ship's band. Oh, she's a member of the ship's band. So that's why y'all let her on the boat. So that's why she's on this boat. You did not accuse Ship's Angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that was not possible. I give my tooth! Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, Ray? How could you be so sure? You are a great detective. You should know. Look truth in eyes. Cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me that killer can walk through locked doors? Yet, it's impossible. He's right, sadly. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around... Susato, we already went through this and you already told me that was wrong. Are you stupid? No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so... Wow, you just gonna throw me under the bus like that? Wow. Okay, I see how it is, Susato. I see how it is. So Steven Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. In this very cabin, you can see the traces of the method I have in mind, having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I meant, don't you? A way to shut the cabin door from the outside. Yep, one way does spring to mind. Of course I do, Miss Susato. I'm smart. And so should you. Because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? The telltale sign is the bookcase.
Yes!
Look at the bookcase there. Everything's all tipped over. See, all the books and things have toppled over. That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel, after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, that is what is known as the force of inertia acting on the objects. Is there nothing Susato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least? Well, whatever it's called, it's the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase. It also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then, when everything started tipping, and after it was all over, the door was bolted. Inspector Honsonaga? Oh yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across the door and locked. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you would like to call it that. Inertia, Rinosuke. What, are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osogi was killed? Yep. Boop. It locked. The SS Bureau made another emergency stop? When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelf have toppled over and all the ornaments. It's almost like if someone had run their hand across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Sounds like something I would do. I'd do that. Just run my hand through it. Whee! Everything's destroyed. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then, when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything have toppled over, just like in Mr. Osogi's cabin. Oh my! Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You say Bureau made emergency stop? It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying the culprit is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it's simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course! There was a notice there, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of an emergency? On dark nights when fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel to allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? Sholmes pressed the button? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did a little earlier today. So Sholmes is the one who pressed the button earlier. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed, whatever the occasion. How dare you mess with shit? I report you to Captain. You're in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all can wait until later. Oh, Sholmes, you're gonna get killed. Let's not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin doors slide close. So, what must we now consider? Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asogi, did the ship make an emergency stop, or did it not? You are idiots. Bureau is a huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop, even in the middle of the night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. What evidence promotes the theory that some emergency gripped this vessel last night? Well, it's the fact that the ship log has nothing past you. Seaman Stroganoff, it's your duty to patrol the first-class area of the ship, is that right? Da, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine! Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift burrow in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That's where I always put it. Dude, you're careless with your stuff. The point is, looking at what you usually record, it's clear that under normal circumstances, you write the phrase, nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. So what were you doing? Nothing recorded in the log? That is... Duh! Because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, would you? Ha! Caught you off guard, boy. Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 p.m., or 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Bureau. Something significant, sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill in the ship's log, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because if something major as an emergency stop had really happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently, and the alarm bell was so loud. I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no. That's a good point. It is a good point to bring up. What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We've all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes. I've had a headache. You're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. All of y'all have major hangovers. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. And I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside that wardrobe. There was something in that food. The first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, you boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Well, Cosmo looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes. In fact, I had all of that. Cosmo wasn't fond of chicken, which is still a baffler to me. What type of person doesn't like chicken, except for vegans, and vegetarians, and pescatarians? But Cosmo was none of that, so why? Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all. That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? The chicken was tainted! I do. No! Really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a sulfuric? Designed to induce a very deep slumber in those who consumed it. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did lace this meal with a sleeping drug so that nobody would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea. Precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with a sulfuric drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes! Well, Seaman? Eh? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there will have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Might as well just come clean. Please, no more. I will tell everything. Eh? I cannot make problems like this for everyone anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Yes. So when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything. Her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I didn't notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Why would you keep... Okay, that's a big red flag. If you ever are eating something and you feel something like a lump of something bitter, yeah, don't spit that out immediately. Don't you keep on chewing on that chicken. Good lord, Ryunosuke, you questioned me on your survival capabilities. We cannot make all drug, how do you say, dissolve. Ugh, talk about a heavy seasoning. Oh, I like that. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Bureau slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who just like chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used that emergency stop trick to lock Cosmo's cabin door. How does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case, and there would have been a complete chaos. No, I wouldn't say so. What? Ah, of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meals of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. Accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyways, and so none of them would have found it remarkable to find their door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was someone else present at the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But I don't know anything about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am Sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories. We don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. What? I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes? Do you hear it? The accusatory cry of guilt in the wind? Yeah, what's the cry of guilt? Sorry, you lost me, Mr. Sholmes. Proof of involvement, man, but you can't hear such a cry with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes. Yes, hear with your eyes, people. Hear with your eyes. For observation is the basis of all deduction. What? What are you talking about? I believe the time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two provocators. Observation? Do you remember, Mr. Naruhodo? We know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Eso's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely. You were delightfully quick to grasp the meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can see. So we gotta look for a trace of evidence that one of these two was here. Hey, what's up with your ear? Upside down earring. So she doesn't know that her earring is broken. What? Hey.
Yes!
Mister, What are you doing with the ink stain on your back? Seaman Stroganoff, you seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. I didn't know that dirt was purple, but okay. The significance of this stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. A very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. Yep, and we know what that makes clear. We know what this is. Y'all know what this is.
Yes!
The crime scene photo. It's the ink from the photograph. Yep, you've been caught, Mr. Stroganoff. It's written in purple ink, and it says wardrobe. Yep, the stain is the exact same. If the ink had been dry, you couldn't have possibly stained your uniform that way, which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilt. Alright, yes. It was me. I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in Dead Student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Wow, you are one butthole of a seaman. I then pressed button to make Bureau do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Do not worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 a.m. I was on duty, patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw Student Boy on the floor. What happened here? Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilators into Mr. Asogi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yes, that is right. So after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That is when she went to look. No, Angel? The door was not locked, so she opened it to look, and you already know what happened after. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Asogi's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why, I already told you! When Nina opened the door of Student's cabin and looked inside, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Shut your mouth when Susato was talking. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes, that is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Absolutely not! Ah, Whoa, menu, hi. Something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten, on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area of this photograph that seems to me somewhat unusual. So of course this isn't the end, because there's always a twist. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, well, way to throw me on the spot. If Kazuma tripped and fell, and by some terrible stroke of luck broke his neck, which part of the photograph seems unnatural? What's unnatural here is the fact that he was able to close his fist.
Yes!
Why is his fist like that? Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open the palms flat. Yep. Whenever you're about to fall, open them hands. Get them hands down so that you can possibly try to balance yourself. Yet here we see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Something. Show us! What'd you find? What was in his hand? Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle? Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does this tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. This crescent moon is familiar. It's very familiar. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourselves, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe, find the answer with your own eyes. Well, it is a significant part of her...
Yes!
It's her earring. Because there's the other one. Miss Pavlova, I noticed that on your ear, even though you have a metal earring, the decorative part of it seems to be missing. The little link holding onto it must have broke, I suppose. Huh? What? When looking at your other ear, I noticed a crescent moon. Ah! I don't believe it. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Asogi must have gripped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps moments before he fell to the floor. In other words, last night in Mr. Asogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Asogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it with his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Ah! And we broke her. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in the cabin, I could relax after this horrible, long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call with her, a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy, but nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment. Sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina? Huh? No, I don't know that name. My heart nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land far away in the faraway east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait! I shouted. And then... Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And... as he turned around and looked at me... I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. And that's when you went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and fell on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway and Wardrobe still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed the wardrobe doors and put back the strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason why Susato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilled to write the floor. I wrote, I'm not going to read that, so that the person who found him would look inside the wardrobe and find stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half. Then Angel went back to her cabin, and I finished job by pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Bureau did indeed come to an emergency halt a little after 2 a.m., thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. And that's the story. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. Never mind, that's not the whole story. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your home. And it's because you were worried that he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Oh, somebody's playing Splatoon. Isn't that right? Yes. But even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? Oh, when Kazuma mistook her for Inspector Honsonaga. So she was afraid that he was going to tell the police. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... he was a man of his word. If he told you he was never going to give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done it. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the bell cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not done yet, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes. What action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed? Or whither the young man's gaze was directed? Oh, Kazuma. First, consider the victim's locations within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. That cabin had been my home for this entire voyage. Yep, so we have to remember what the cabin looked like, and then we have to decide, what in the world was Kazuma looking at before he died? Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. If there's one thing I've learned today, it's that a simple gaze can reveal all manners of truths. And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Kazuma was actually looking at the wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, Certainly, it may have looked as though Cosmo was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however, what is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah! Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if between them they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asogi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had... Miss Pavlova? I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did, and that will never change. I hope you will never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And that's the story of Kazuma's actual death. And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accidents on the SS Bureau was finally laid to rest. So we now know how Kazuma truly died. It's a sad shame. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort that all out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? Well, yes, he's Mr. Sholmes, he's a detective. Of course he can do that. So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Kazuma's death feels like such a waste. But, well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consulate to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. This trial just has, or this entire case has just so much sadness weighing on it. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun. Do you think that only days ago, Kazuma and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London? That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Oh, Susato. Susato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know that you'd returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Hansonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh, she's gonna start crying. Oh gosh. I still can't believe this has happened. I can't believe someone's life can be over, just like that. Susato-san. We had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. And now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector. My duty was to see Asogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed, and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I have let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what would we do without you? Sorry? So I decided to restore them, for old time's sake. Shall we say, you're a stowaway after all. He thinks this is funny? Well, yes, it's Sholmes. Of course it's gonna be funny. Mr. Sholmes? We do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences? The loss of your companion is truly heart-rending. I hope that you'll be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute! It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be? In the light of Mr. Asogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. No. I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can surely continue, surely. Hmm? But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Hi, my name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Nice to meet you. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyways, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Miss Susato. Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah! But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England's shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study, to learn what I must be a great lawyer in Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody can learn all of this in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. Let's do it! I will work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Susato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Look at that smile. Thank you. So, what does my spectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, would you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest. Give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no matter of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed an ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes. From the early hours of this morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion and despite all accusations of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage. Amen, Mr. Sholmes! Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything at all to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Be careful, Hansonoya-san. Please don't get beat up again. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder. Would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant, after all. Thank you. And Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword that's been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it. Always. So then, Mrs. Sato. It seems we'll be working together for some time to come. Or well, for some time to come yet. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. We shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. Oh, no, not the homepage. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you, too. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times! What? I should have never doubted you. I'm sorry, but I'm a man who respects women, so I'm not going to lay my hands on you. Any man who lays their hands on a woman is very, very unprofessional. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. I mean, it should have, but I'm not going to throw you for it. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked on the inside. No! I will not let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should have never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times! That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Just take hold of me and throw me. Do it! Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess, I was most impressed. When did he see that? It's Sholmes, he sees everything. I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling? Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown, and it leaves your head swimming. Believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. That's Sholmes' way of boxing. He dances around his opponents and knocks them out. I wonder, would you be so kind as to instruct me on how the technique of your arresting throw? Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry. Hi-ya! My good woman, why? As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, interesting indeed. And this is what you refer to as the Susato takedown. Is it? Actually, no. That was the Susato squash. And so I spent the rest of my days on this boat, dying. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. Ooh, a blade! Karuma? That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through the generations of the Asogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul. It can't be parted from my katana. Kurama guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling. On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. He never told us. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. And that is the end of this heart-wrenching case. I have to say, this case is one of the more sadder ones, but it is a pretty fun case in general. So we now know what happened to Kazuma, and in the next stream that I will be doing, we'll be going over The Adventure of the Runaway Room. Oh boy, this is going to be fun. But I am going to end the stream here. I am very happy that you guys came out to come spend some time with me. Thank you very much for your time. I know I took 5 hours to do this due to me talking and stuff. But I have to say, I've actually been having a lot of fun with these streams. I enjoy Ace Attorney more than anything, so for me to be able to share my excitement with all of you guys, it means the world to me. And the fact that people actually took time to watch this means the world to me. I am fairly new at making content, but I hope it wasn't too boring for you, and I hope that my mess-ups in speaking weren't too bad. My English isn't really 100% the best, due to me learning other languages and stuff. But none of that matters. Shut up, Cameron. You've been talking for 5 hours. Nobody wants to hear you anymore. So all of you have a great day. Go out and get some food, go to sleep, get some water, do whatever you need to do. Just have a good day while doing it. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye.